Welcome to Sleepy Scrolls Slumber, your personal sanctuary where the wonders of history unfold in whispers. Close your eyes, let the parchment of time unroll, and drift into the amazing world of wonder where every story is a lullaby for the mind. Tonight, we begin.
Steel Coffin. Death in a Sherman. Chapter 1. The Metal Box. July 2nd, 1944. Normandy, France. James Mitchell smelled the diesel before he opened his eyes. Always diesel. Mixed with gun oil and the metallic tang of steel and something else. Something organic. Human. Sweat and fear baked into every surface of the cramped interior. He blinked in the dim orange light filtering through the periscope. His driver's station. His world for the past 3 weeks. Forward hull of a 33-ton Sherman tank the crew had named Ghost. The naming had been Lieutenant Webb's idea. "We'll haunt the bastards," he'd said. "Be ghosts they can't pin down." Noble thought. Reality was they drove a mechanical coffin on treads that every German from France to Berlin wanted to destroy. But Ghost was better than the alternatives other crews chose. Better than Death Trap or Iron Casket or the dozen other names that acknowledged what everyone knew. That Shermans burned when hit. That the armor was too thin. That the gun was outmatched by every German tank they faced. "Mitchell, you awake down there?" Lieutenant Webb's voice crackled through the intercom. James keyed his throat mic. "Awake, sir." "Good. We roll in 20. Check your gauges." James ran through the checklist automatically. Fuel. Oil pressure. Temperature. The radial engine behind him, 400 horsepower that used to power aircraft, idled with a deep rumble he felt through the seat. Everything green. Everything nominal. The machine was ready even if he wasn't. To his right, separated by the transmission housing, Private Eddie Jackson sat at the bow gunner position. 19 years old. Black kid from Alabama who'd volunteered despite the segregated army because the armored divisions were slightly less segregated than regular infantry. Eddie was cleaning his .30 caliber machine gun. Methodical. Careful. Not because it needed cleaning, he'd cleaned it last night, but because having something to do with your hands helped with the fear. Above and behind them, the turret crew moved through their own preparations. Sergeant Danny Torres in the gunner's seat. Corporal Red O'Brien loading 75mm rounds. Lieutenant Webb in the commander's cupola. 5 men in a steel box, practically living in each other's laps, breathing each other's air, depending on each other absolutely. Family, for however long they survived. The mission brief had been simple. Support infantry clearing a French town called La Chapelle. Light resistance expected. A few German stragglers. Maybe some anti-tank guns, but nothing heavy. James had learned to distrust the word light when applied to German resistance. 3rd platoon rolled out at dawn. 4 Sherman tanks. Ghost in the number 2 position. Behind them, infantry and half-tracks. Ahead, 3 miles of Norman farmland and hedgerows leading to La Chapelle. James drove with the hatch open. You couldn't see adequately with it closed, just tiny periscope views that turned the world into narrow slits. With it open, he could actually navigate. Of course, with it open, he was also exposed to snipers and shrapnel and every other danger. Trade-offs. Always trade-offs in tank warfare. The countryside rolled past. Green fields, ancient hedgerows, stone farmhouses. Pretty, if you ignored the war. If you didn't notice the shell craters, the burned-out vehicles, the white tape marking cleared paths through minefields. The engine roar made conversation impossible without the intercom. The treads clattered. The suspension groaned under 33 tons of steel. Inside the hull, the noise created a cocoon, cut you off from the outside world. James watched the ground, looking for soft spots, for obstacles, for anything that might throw a track or bog them down. A stopped tank was a dead tank. His job was keeping Ghost moving. The town appeared ahead. Stone buildings clustered around a church, maybe 30 structures, the kind of place that had existed for centuries, where generations had lived and died in peace, until the war came. "Hold at phase line Alpha," Lieutenant Webb ordered over the radio. "Wait for infantry to—" The world exploded. Not near them, behind. The fourth tank in their column, a Sherman called Reckless. The sound was enormous, a crack boom that James felt through Ghost's hull, through his bones. He spun in his seat, looked back through the open hatch, saw Reckless stopped, smoke pouring from the turret, black and thick. The commander's hatch flew open. A man emerged, on fire, screaming. He rolled off the tank, hit the ground, kept screaming. Another crew member scrambled out, then another. 3 men total. The other 2 never appeared. 88 at 3 o'clock, Webb's voice cut through the chaos. "Driver, hard right. Gunner, traverse." James yanked the right steering lever. The right track locked. Ghost pivoted. The engine screamed. The transmission whined. Through his periscope, James caught a glimpse of the German position. An anti-tank gun dug in behind an earthwork. Camouflage netting, barely visible. The 75mm gun fired. Inside the tank, the blast was physical. Pressure wave, the sharp crack of the breach, the acrid smell of cordite flooding the interior. "Up," Red's voice. He'd already loaded another round. "Fire," Webb ordered. The gun fired again, and again. 3 rounds in 15 seconds, high explosive, hitting near the German position, throwing dirt and shrapnel. The 88 fell silent, either destroyed or suppressed. Either way, Ghost had survived the opening exchange. Behind them, Reckless continued burning. The 3 crew members who'd escaped were running across the field. German machine guns opened up, rifle fire, tracers arcing across the ground. One man went down, just collapsed mid-stride. The other 2 made it to a crater, disappeared into cover. Lieutenant Morrison, Reckless's commander, wasn't one of them. "All tanks, advance to phase line Bravo," the platoon leader's voice came over the radio. "Infantry will follow in our wake." James put Ghost in gear. The tank lurched forward, past the burning Reckless, past the body lying in the field, toward La Chapelle. His hands were shaking on the controls. He gripped harder, forced them steady. Couldn't afford shaking hands, not when 4 other men depended on his driving. The town grew larger. The church steeple, stone walls, windows like dark eyes watching their approach. "Spread out," Webb ordered. "Don't bunch up. Give them multiple targets." The remaining 3 tanks fanned out, 20 yards between each, moving slow now, 5 miles per hour, crawling speed. James could see the lead tank, Iron Duke, approaching the first buildings, could see infantry spreading out behind it, using the Sherman's bulk as cover. could see the disaster about to happen. "Panzer Faust!" someone screamed over the radio. A German soldier stepped from a doorway, tube on his shoulder, single-shot anti-tank rocket. He fired from maybe 40 feet. The shaped charge hit Iron Duke's side armor, penetrated. The explosion was visible, a jet of flame shooting through the tank's interior. The Sherman stopped. Hatches flew open. Men scrambled out. 2 made it. 3 didn't. Iron Duke began burning almost immediately. The ammunition cooking off. Secondary explosions. The turret lifting off. Metal screaming. 2 tanks left, out of 4. And they hadn't even reached the town yet. "Ghost, take the lead," the platoon leader ordered. "We're going in." James felt his stomach drop. Lead tank. First into the town. First target for every German weapon. "You heard the man, Mitchell." Webb's voice was calm, almost gentle. "Take us in, nice and slow." James pressed the accelerator. Ghost rolled forward, past the burning Iron Duke, toward the narrow streets of La Chapelle. The street was barely wider than the tank. Stone buildings 3 stories high on both sides. Every window a potential threat. Every door. Every corner. The engine noise echoed off the walls, created a roar that made James's teeth ache. The treads scraped on cobblestones. Different sound than dirt. Sharper. More metallic. "Eyes open," Webb said over the intercom. "Watch for movement." James could see almost nothing from his position. Just the street directly ahead through the hatch and periscope. The rest was blind. He was driving toward threats he couldn't see. Rifle fire erupted. The ping-ping-ping of bullets hitting armor. Not penetrating. Small arms fire couldn't hurt a Sherman. But each impact rang through the hull like someone hitting a steel drum with a hammer. Eddie's bow machine gun opened up. The .30 caliber chattered. Spent brass clattered around James's feet. Hot. The smell of gunpowder mixing with everything else. "Target, 2nd floor window, 11 o'clock, Webb called. The turret traversed. Electric motor whining. The whole tank shifting as weight moved. The 75 fired. High explosive. At point-blank range into a stone building. The window disappeared. Half the wall disappeared. Dust and debris showered down on Ghost's deck. "Movement right!" Eddie shouted. James saw him in his peripheral vision. German soldier with a Panzerfaust, 30 feet away, stepping from behind rubble, raising the tube. The bow gun found him. Eddie walked tracers across the space. The German jerked, fell. The Panzerfaust clattered to the street. Didn't fire. "Good shooting," James said, his voice barely steady. Eddie didn't respond, just traversed the machine gun, looking for the next target, the next threat. They crawled through La Chapelle, block by block, building by building, the infantry following, clearing structures while the tanks provided fire support. The sounds merged into a constant roar. Engine, guns, explosions, the screech of the 75's breech, the clatter of spent shells, Red cursing as he loaded, Webb's calm voice directing fire. And underneath it all, the sounds James couldn't quite identify. Sounds that might have been imagination. The scrape of something against the hull, the tick of hot metal, the groan of overstressed armor, the sounds of Ghost dying, or preparing to die. They reached the town square. Open area. Church on one side, shops on the others. Nowhere to hide. "We have to cross," Webb said. "No other route. Fast as you can, Mitchell." James understood. Fast meant exposed for less time. But fast also meant less control. Less ability to stop if they hit an obstacle. Trade-offs. Always trade-offs. "Hang on," James said. He pushed the accelerator down. Ghost surged forward. The square blurred. Cobblestones rough under the treads. The suspension bouncing. 33 tons of steel moving at maybe 15 miles per hour. Fast for a Sherman. The Panzerfaust came from the church. James didn't see the shooter, just the rocket trail. The shaped charge streaking toward them. It missed. By inches. Passed in front of Ghost's bow. Detonated against a building behind them. James didn't slow down. Kept accelerating. Got them across the square and into the relative cover of the next street. "Too close," Eddie said. His first words in an hour. "Yeah," James agreed. They cleared La Chapelle by mid-afternoon. The Germans withdrew or died. The infantry occupied the buildings. Engineers came up to check for mines. 2 tanks had made it through. Ghost and one other, a Sherman called Wolverine. 8 men alive, 12 dead. 2 tanks burning in the fields outside town. 50% casualties. For one small French town that wouldn't appear in any history book, that would be forgotten within a week as the war moved on. But James would remember the sound of men screaming inside burning tanks, would remember the ping of bullets on armor, would remember how close that Panzerfaust had come. That evening they lagered in a field, Ghost and Wolverine in a defensive position, infantry digging in around them. James climbed out of the driver's hatch for the first time in 8 hours. His legs barely functioned. His back was a solid mass of pain. The driver's seat, cramped and awkward, had left him barely able to walk. He leaned against Ghost's hull, still warm from the engine, closed his eyes, let the evening air wash over him. Air that didn't smell like diesel and cordite and fear. First real fight? Danny Torres appeared beside him, the gunner, lighting a cigarette with shaking hands. "Yeah," James said. "Gets easier." "Does it?" Danny exhaled smoke, didn't answer immediately. "No," he finally said. "But you get better at functioning anyway. That's not the same as easier, but it's something." Lieutenant Webb gathered the crew. They sat on the ground near Ghost, shared cold rations, passed a canteen. "Good work today," Webb said. "Mitchell, your driving kept us alive. Eddie, that shot on the Panzerfaust was textbook. Danny, red, excellent gunnery." They nodded, didn't say much. What was there to say? They'd survived one day. Tomorrow they'd have to do it again. Red spoke up, the loader, big Irish kid from Boston. "How long do Shermans usually last? I mean, what's the average?" Silence. Nobody wanted to answer that. "Long enough," Webb finally said. "That's all that matters. Long enough." But James knew the real answer, had heard it from veterans. A Sherman's combat life was measured in weeks, sometimes days, rarely months. The German tanks were better. Tiger, Panther, even the Panzer IV had better armor, and a better gun. Every engagement was against superior machines. But there were more Shermans, more American tanks, more crews willing to climb inside despite knowing the odds. Numbers would eventually tell. Eventually, after enough burning tanks, after enough dead crews. That was the mathematics of armored warfare. Brutal, simple, undeniable. James lay on the ground near Ghost that night. Couldn't sleep. Kept seeing the rocket trail. The Panzerfaust passing in front of his position, missing by inches. Inches. The difference between life and death. Between sleeping under stars and burning alive in a steel coffin. He reached up, touched Ghost's hull. Metal warm from the engine. Scarred now. Bullet strikes. Scratches. Evidence of the day's combat. But still intact. Still functional. Still ready to roll tomorrow. "We'll keep you running," James whispered to the tank. "You keep us alive. Deal?" The tank didn't answer. Couldn't. Was just 33 tons of steel and machinery. But somehow it felt like a pact anyway. An understanding between man and machine. Tomorrow they'd roll again. Into more towns. More combat. More chances to die. But tonight, they'd survived. All 5 crew members. Against odds that had killed 12 others. That had to count for something. Had to mean something. Even if the meaning was just, "We lived another day. Your loving son, Eli." Chapter 2. Metal Against Metal. July 8th, 1944, near Saint-Lô. The interior of a Sherman at dawn was a kind of hell. Cold metal. Condensation dripping from overhead surfaces. The air thick with yesterday's sweat and oil, and all the smells that accumulated in a sealed metal box. James sat in his driver's position, waiting for the engine start. His breath visible in the pre-dawn chill. His hands already on the controls. Muscle memory. Routine. 6 days since La Chapelle. 6 days of grinding advance. Small villages. Hedgerows. German rearguards fighting delaying actions. Ghost had taken more hits. More scars. A glancing blow from an anti-tank gun that had gouged a furrow in the side armor, but not penetrated. Dozens of bullet strikes. A cracked periscope from shrapnel. But still running. Still fighting. The 5-man crew intact. A minor miracle by the standards of armored warfare. They'd gotten replacement tanks for the 2 lost at La Chapelle. Green crews. Fresh from England. Eager. Terrified. Not understanding yet what they were facing. One had lasted 3 days. Panzerfaust in an ambush. All 5 crew killed. The other was still with them. A Sherman called Wildcat, commanded by a young lieutenant named Harrison. Good kid, learning fast. Might survive if luck favored him. The mission today was different. No infantry support, just tanks. A reconnaissance in force towards Saint-Lô. Find the German positions. Probe their defenses. Develop the situation. Military speak for go forward until someone shoots at you. Report what you find. Try not to die. "All tanks, start engines." The platoon leader's voice came over the radio. James hit the starter. The radial engine coughed, caught, roared to life behind him. 400 horsepower shaking the tank. Exhaust fumes. The immediate temperature rise in the hull. The smell changed, from cold metal to hot metal, from stale air to diesel and exhaust. The morning smells of a Sherman waking up. "Check in," the platoon leader ordered. "Ghost, ready," Webb reported. "Wolverine, ready. Wildcat, ready. Iron Horse, ready." 4 tanks, 20 men, rolling toward contact with German forces of unknown strength and composition. The route took them through more hedgerow country, the damn eternal hedgerows that turned Normandy into a tanker's nightmare. Every field a potential ambush, every bocage gap a kill zone. James drove carefully, watching for soft ground, for hidden ditches, for anything that might bog them down or throw a track. Lieutenant Webb stood in the commander's cupola, half his body exposed, binoculars scanning, looking for threats before they materialized. The radio crackled. "Contact front. German infantry in the tree line. Range 800 yards. 800 yards. Long range for the 75, but within capability. Ghost, Wolverine, take positions hull down behind that rise. Wildcat, Iron Horse, flank left. We'll fix them, you hit their flank." Standard tactics, tried and true. Would work if the Germans didn't have armor support. James positioned Ghost on the gentle rise. Hull down meant only the turret exposed. The hull, where he and Eddie sat, protected by the terrain. Safer, relatively, but still exposed to plunging fire, to artillery, to the dozen ways a tank could die. The 75 opened fire. Danny Torres finding targets. Red loading smoothly. Each shot a physical sensation. The breech recoiling. The tank rocking. The inside of the turret filling with smoke. Through his periscope, James could see German infantry scattering, some going down, others taking cover. Machine gun tracers coming back at them. Rifle fire pinging off Ghost's turret. Not dangerous yet. Small arms couldn't hurt Ghost, but small arms often meant anti-tank weapons were nearby. Wildcats moving into position, the radio reported. James couldn't see them from his position, could only imagine the 2 tanks maneuvering through the hedgerows, trying to hit the German flank while Ghost and Wolverine kept them occupied. Would work beautifully if everything went according to plan. Nothing ever went according to plan. "Tank! Tank! Panther at..." The radio transmission ended in static and screaming. James's blood went cold. Panther. German Panther tank. 45 tons. 75mm high-velocity gun that could penetrate a Sherman's frontal armor at 2,000 yards. Sloped armor that could bounce American shells even at close range. A Panther versus 4 Shermans should be an even fight, but it rarely was. "Where?" Webb demanded. "Which tank?" "Wildcats hit," someone reported. "Burning." 5 more men, dead or dying, in seconds. The Panthers' first shot. "Ghost, reverse. Get off this rise. All tanks, pull back to phase line Delta." The platoon leader's voice, tight, controlled, but James could hear the fear underneath. A Panther. They had to withdraw, had to regroup, had to call for tank destroyers or air support or something with enough firepower to deal with German heavy armor. James shoved the levers. Ghost lurched backward, down the rise, into the depression behind, putting terrain between them and wherever that Panther was. "Iron Horse, report," the radio demanded. Silence. "Iron Horse, report." More silence. 2 tanks dead, 8 men gone, and they'd barely seen the enemy. This was the reality of tank warfare, not the heroic charges from training films, not the glorious victories from newsreels, just sudden violence, burning friends, the knowledge that superior German armor could kill you before you saw it. They regrouped a mile back, Ghost and Wolverine, 2 tanks left from 4, the air thick with smoke from the burning wrecks they'd left behind. Lieutenant Webb stood in his cupola, binoculars up, watching, waiting for the Panther to pursue. It didn't. Panthers rarely pursued alone. Too smart. They'd position defensively, let the Shermans come to them, pick them off one by one. The mathematics of armored combat, brutal and simple. "What do we do, sir?" James asked over the intercom, trying to keep his voice steady. Webb was quiet for a moment. Then, "We radio for support. Get tank destroyers up here, M10 or M36, something with enough gun to deal with that Panther." "And if they're not available?" "Then we find another route. We don't fight Panthers head-on in Shermans. That's suicide." But sometimes you couldn't find another route. Sometimes the mission demanded you advance. Sometimes you had no choice but to fight. The radio crackled. Battalion command. "Ghost, Wolverine, air support inbound. 1 P-47 with rockets. Mark the target with smoke." Air support. Better than nothing. Maybe. "All tanks, advance," the platoon leader ordered. "Slow and careful. Find that Panther. Don't engage, just spot and mark." They rolled forward, James's mouth dry, his hands slick on the controls, moving toward a tank that could kill them at ranges where they couldn't effectively fight back. The smell inside Ghost was overwhelming now, sweat and fear, the crew's anxiety raising the temperature, making the air thick. "Contact," Webb said quietly. "I see him. 1,200 yards. Hull down position behind that hedgerow." James couldn't see it. Couldn't see anything but the terrain directly ahead. But he knew it was there. Knew its gun was probably already tracking them. "Fire smoke," Webb ordered. Danny traversed, fired. White phosphorus smoke shell. It burst near the Panther's position, marking it, creating a white pillar visible for miles. "Aircraft inbound," the radio reported. James risked a glance up through the hatch, saw the P-47 diving, a Republic Thunderbolt fighter bomber, rockets under its wings. The aircraft screamed down, fired its rockets, 8 trails of smoke and flame, heading toward the Panther's position. The explosions were massive, dirt and debris fountaining, the hedgerow disintegrating, fire and smoke. When it cleared, the Panther was still there. Damaged maybe, but still functional. Its gun traversing, finding targets. The Panther fired. James felt it more than heard it. The crack boom of a high-velocity 75mm gun. The round missed Ghost, hit somewhere behind them, but the message was clear. The Panther was still in the fight. "All tanks, reverse," Webb ordered. "Get back, get back." James shoved the levers. Ghost lurched backward, fast as the reverse gear would allow, maybe 10 miles per hour. Too slow, much too slow. The Panther fired again. This time the round found a target. Wolverine. Hit in the side as it reversed. The armor penetrated. The tank stopped. Smoke pouring from the turret. The crew didn't get out. The round had gone through the fighting compartment. Killed everyone instantly, probably. Ghost kept reversing. Eddie silent beside James, both knowing they could be next, that the Panther could shift its aim, could put a round through Ghost's thin side armor. They made it around a bend, out of the Panther's line of sight, stopped in a depression, the tank idling, the crew silent. One tank left, out of 4. 3/4 of the platoon dead in less than an hour. "Battalion, this is Ghost Actual," Webb reported over the radio, his voice tight. "Contact with enemy armor. 3 tanks lost. Panther tank still active in our sector. Request additional support." The response was static and garbled. Something about tank destroyers being committed elsewhere, about continuing the mission, about the importance of the reconnaissance. In other words, you're on your own. Make it work. Webb looked down into the hull, made eye contact with James through the gap between seats. "Can you get us around that Panther? Find another route?" James looked at his map, looked at the terrain. "Maybe. There's a farm road about a mile east. Goes around his position. But it's narrow. Mighty mind. Better than charging a Panther head-on." James agreed. Anything was better than that. They took the farm road, narrow, barely wider than Ghost's tracks. Buildings on one side, hedgerows on the other. Perfect ambush terrain. But empty. The Germans had positioned their Panther to cover the main approach, hadn't covered this farm track. Oversight. Or maybe they'd assumed no tanker would be crazy enough to use a road this narrow. They moved slow. James watching for mines, for soft spots, for anything that might stop them. The afternoon sun beat down. Inside Ghost, the temperature climbed. Had to be over 100 degrees. The crew sweating. The air almost too thick to breathe. But they made it past the Panther's position, came out behind the German lines, in the rear areas where supply trucks and infantry gathered. "Target-rich environment," Webb said over the intercom, almost a hint of humor in his voice. The 75 began firing, high explosive into trucks, into troop concentrations, into anything that looked important. Chaos. Germans scattering. Return fire from small arms, ineffective against armor. A Panzerfaust that missed by 20 yards. Ghost rolled through the German rear like an avenging spirit. The name suddenly appropriate, appearing where they shouldn't be, destroying and disappearing. They withdrew before German armor could respond, before anti-tank guns could be brought up, before the Panther could reposition. Got back to American lines just before dark. 1 tank, 5 crew members, out of a platoon of 4 tanks and 20 men. 75% casualties for a reconnaissance mission that had found a Panther and not much else. But they'd survived, against a superior tank, against odds that should have killed them. They'd survived. That night, the crew sat near Ghost, didn't talk much, just sat in the darkness, processing what they'd been through. 14 men today, Red finally said. 14 guys we knew, gone. Nobody responded. What was there to say? Death was constant, random, inevitable if you stayed in combat long enough. "We got lucky," Danny said. "That farm road, that was pure luck." "No," Webb corrected. "That was good driving. Mitchell saw an option and took it. That's skill, not luck." James wasn't sure he agreed. Felt like luck. Felt like one more roll of the dice that had come up in their favor. But maybe it didn't matter. Skill or luck, careful planning or random chance. They'd survived another day. And tomorrow, they'd do it again. Climb back into Ghost. Drive toward more combat. More chances to die. Because that was the job. That was what tank crews did. Until the war ended or their luck ran out. Whichever came first. Chapter 3. Streets of Steel. July 20th, 1944, Saint-Lô. The city was dying. James could see it through his periscope as Ghost approached Saint-Lô. Buildings collapsed. Streets cratered by artillery. Fires burning. Smoke rising in black columns that merged with the overcast sky. Allied bombing had done this. Heavy bombers carpet bombing the city before the ground attack, trying to destroy German defenses, succeeding mostly in destroying the city itself. But the Germans were still there, still fighting, dug into the rubble, turning every ruined building into a fortress, making the Americans pay for every yard. Ghost was part of a company-sized attack now. 8 Sherman tanks, supported by infantry from the 29th Division. The objective was simple: take Saint-Lô, break through the German defenses, open the road south. Simple objective, brutal execution. The approach to the city was across open ground. Fields turned into moonscapes by artillery. Craters, mud, the wreckage of previous attacks. "Spread out," the company commander ordered over the radio. 20-yard intervals, don't bunch up. The 8 Shermans fanned out. Ghost in the center of the line. On either side, friendly tanks. Behind them, infantry in open formations. A textbook advance. Everything by the book, which meant it would go wrong the moment they made contact. The German artillery started at 800 yards. 88mm guns firing from hidden positions in the city. High explosive shells, air bursts, ground impacts that threw mud and shrapnel. The world disappeared in explosions. James hunched in his seat, as if making himself smaller would help, as if the thin armor around him could stop an 88. To his right, a Sherman took a direct hit. The tank stopped, dead in its tracks. Smoke pouring from the engine compartment. The crew scrambling out, running for cover. 7 tanks left. They pushed forward, into the artillery, into the fire. Because stopping meant dying slower. Forward was the only option. The city proper loomed ahead. Rubble and ruin. Streets barely passable. The perfect environment for German anti-tank teams. The perfect environment to die. All tanks, slow advance. Infantry moves up. We clear this block by block, building by building. The worst kind of urban combat. Tanks and infantry mixed. Close quarters. Every corner a potential ambush. Ghost entered Saint-Lô. The street was narrow. Rubble on both sides. Buildings collapsed across the road, creating a maze, forcing them into predictable paths. James navigated carefully, around obstacles, over smaller debris, the treads grinding on stone and brick, the sound echoing off remaining walls. "Movement, 2nd floor, 3 o'clock, Eddie reported. The bow machine gun fired, tracers streaming into a ruined building. Whether Eddie hit anything, James couldn't tell, but it was suppressive fire, keeping German heads down. The Panzerfaust came from the left, a German soldier appearing from a doorway. Too close, maybe 30 feet. The rocket, streaked toward them. James saw it coming. Couldn't do anything. Just watched. It hit Ghost's front slope. The shaped charge detonated. Armor-piercing jet of superheated metal, trying to burn through. The armor held, barely. The tank rocked, alarms blaring. But the penetration failed. The jet didn't make it through. Eddie's machine gun found the German, cut him down. Too late to matter, he'd already fired, but ensuring he wouldn't get a second shot. "Damage report," Webb demanded. "Front slope scorched but intact," Red reported from the turret. "We're still good." Good, by the slimmest margin. Another inch of penetration, and the jet would have turned the interior into an inferno. Would have killed James and Eddie instantly. Inches. Always inches. Between life and death. They pushed deeper. The other tanks fanning out. Taking parallel streets. Infantry clearing buildings. Calling for tank support when they hit strong points. The 75 fired constantly. High explosive into buildings, into rubble piles where Germans might hide, into anything that looked suspicious. Red was a machine. Loading, ejecting spent shells, loading again. His face covered in sweat and powder residue. His arms trembling from fatigue, but never slowing. Danny Torres put rounds exactly where they needed to go. Into windows, through doorways, collapsing walls onto German positions. Lieutenant Webb directed fire, coordinated with infantry, made instant decisions about where Ghost needed to be, keeping them alive through sheer competence. And James drove, responding to commands, keeping Ghost moving, keeping the engine running, doing his job. Another tank died on the next block. German anti-tank gun hidden in basement ruins, fired through a ground-level opening, hit the Sherman in the side. The crew bailed out fast. All 5 made it. The tank didn't burn, rare, just stopped, disabled, out of the fight. 6 tanks left. The day blurred into a nightmare of urban combat, rubble and ruins. German infantry appearing and disappearing. Panzerfausts and machine guns and hand-to-hand fighting in the streets. By evening, they'd advanced 4 blocks. 4 blocks at a cost of 3 tanks and 15 infantry dead. Dozens wounded. But they'd advanced, taken ground, broken German positions, pushed 1 block closer to taking Saint-Lô. That night, Ghost lagered in a bombed-out square. Infantry dug in around them. Engineers checking for mines and booby traps. The crew climbed out. James's legs barely worked. 6 hours in the driver's seat. 6 hours of constant tension. His body was done. He leaned against Ghost, looked at the damage. The scorch mark from the Panzerfaust, black against the olive-drab paint. A reminder of how close they'd come. Danny appeared beside him, handed him a canteen. "You did good today. That was tough driving." James drank. Water warm and metallic tasting from the canteen. "We got lucky. That Panzerfaust should have killed us. Didn't, though. That's what matters." Was it? Was surviving just luck? Or was there skill involved? Experience? Something they were getting better at? James didn't know. Couldn't tell anymore what was skill and what was chance. Red joined them, the big loader, his arms covered in bruises from handling 75mm rounds all day. "How many did we fire?" Danny checked his mental count. 38 high explosive, 4 white phosphorus, all the machine gun ammo. Felt like more. Yeah. Lieutenant Webb called them together. The 5-man crew of Ghost. They sat on the rubble, shared rations, talked quietly. "Tomorrow we push to the cathedral," Webb said. "That's the high ground. Once we take that, the city's ours." "How many tanks left?" James asked. 5. Us and 4 others. 5 out of 8. 3 gone in one day. Better than some days. Worse than others. Just another data point in the brutal mathematics of armored warfare. "We can do this," Webb said, looking at each of them. "We've made it this far. Tomorrow we finish it." The crew nodded, not because they believed survival was certain, but because what else was there to do? Stop fighting? Give up? Neither was an option. They'd climb back into Ghost tomorrow, drive toward the cathedral, face whatever the Germans had waiting, fight until they won or died. That was the only choice, the only path forward. Keep fighting, keep surviving, keep hoping luck held one more day. James lay on the rubble that night, couldn't sleep, thinking about the Panzerfaust, about how the armor had held, about inches and chance and all the ways he should be dead, but wasn't, was still alive, still breathing, still part of Ghost's crew. Tomorrow might be different. Tomorrow luck might run out. But tonight, he'd survived. They'd all survived. And that had to be enough. Had to keep being enough. Until the war ended, or their number came up. Whichever came first. Chapter 4. The Cathedral. July 21st, 1944. Saint-Lô Cathedral. The cathedral stood on the highest ground in Saint-Lô. James could see it through his periscope as dawn broke. Stone walls, centuries old. Gothic architecture that had survived plagues and wars and revolutions. Now surrounded by rubble, scarred by artillery, but still standing. Still occupied by Germans who'd turned it into a fortress. The plan was simple. 5 Sherman tanks would advance up the main avenue. Infantry would flank left and right. Artillery would soften the German positions. Then they'd assault. Simple plan, which meant it would fall apart the moment contact was made. The artillery bombardment started at 0600. American 105s and 155s. Shells screaming overhead, impacting around the cathedral, trying to suppress German defenses without destroying the historic structure completely. Inside Ghost, the crew went through pre-combat checks. James tested controls. Eddie cleared his machine gun. Red stacked 75mm rounds within easy reach. Danny checked the gun traverse. Routine, familiar, the ritual before combat. "All tanks move out," the company commander ordered. The 5 Shermans rolled forward, up the main avenue, spreading out as much as the rubble allowed, 20-yard intervals, infantry following in their wake. The avenue had been beautiful once. James could see it in the remaining architecture. Shops and apartments, cafes, the kind of street where people lived and worked and fell in love. Now it was a moonscape. Craters, collapsed buildings, debris everywhere. the perfect killing ground. The German fire started at 400 yards. Machine guns from the cathedral, mortars from hidden positions, small arms from every window and rubble pile. The bullets pinged off Ghost's armor, ineffective but constant. A steel rain that made James flinch with each impact, even though he knew they couldn't penetrate. The 75 opened up, Danny finding targets, Red loading smoothly. Each shot a crack boom that shook the tank, each shell impacting near the cathedral, creating smoke and fire. The other Shermans fired too. 5 tanks putting out coordinated fire, suppressing German positions, allowing infantry to advance. They closed to 200 yards, then 100, close enough that James could see details through his periscope. German soldiers moving in the cathedral windows, machine gun muzzle flashes, the smoke of battle. "Tank!" Webb's voice cracked over the intercom. "German armor, 6 o'clock." James felt ice in his stomach. Behind them. German tank behind them. He couldn't see it. His periscope faced forward. Eddie might be able to see through the bow gunner's vision port, but James was blind to threats behind. "It's a 4, Danny reported. "Panzer 4. Panzer 4. German medium tank. About equal to a Sherman in armor and firepower. A fair fight. Except they were facing forward, advancing toward the cathedral. The Panzer 4 had them from behind, where the armor was thinnest. "All tanks, 180, the company commander ordered. "Face that 4. James spun Ghost. Left track reversed, right track forward. The tank pivoted, bringing the frontal armor and the turret to bear on the German tank. The Panzer 4 fired. The round passed between 2 Shermans. Didn't hit. But the message was clear. The German crew knew what they were doing. 5 Shermans facing 1 Panzer 4. Should be an easy fight. But the German was in a good position, hull down behind rubble, only the turret exposed. "Fire!" Webb ordered. Danny fired. The round hit near the Panzer 4. Close, but not close enough. Red loaded. "Up! Fire!" Another shot, this one closer. But the German tank was backing up, using terrain, disappearing behind larger rubble. "He's trying to flank," Webb said. "Mitchell, advance slow. Keep our front toward him. Danny, watch for him to reappear." James drove carefully, keeping Ghost's strongest armor facing the threat. His hands steady now, the initial panic replaced by training. The Panzer 4 reappeared. Different position, 50 yards to the left of where it had been. Both tanks fired simultaneously. The German round hit Ghost, side armor, not the strongest. The impact was massive. The tank shuddered. Alarms screaming. The smell of burning metal. But Ghost's round hit true. Center mass on the Panzer 4's turret. Armor penetration. The German tank stopped. Smoke pouring from hatches. "Damage report," Webb demanded. "Side armor penetrated but no internal damage," Red reported. "Whatever it hit, it missed crew and ammo." Luck. Pure luck. The round had penetrated but passed through without hitting anything vital. Inches from catastrophe. The Panzer 4's crew was bailing out. 3 men. The other 2 probably dead from the penetrating hit. the survivors running for cover. German infantry shooting at them, friendly fire in the confusion. One down, but at the cost of damage to Ghost, and they still had to take the cathedral. All tanks, back to original heading. We still have a mission. The 5 Shermans turned again, faced the cathedral. The momentary distraction over, the objective still ahead. They advanced the final 50 yards, point-blank range. The 75s firing directly into cathedral windows, high explosive demolishing stone that had stood for centuries. Infantry rushed forward, into the cathedral, fighting room to room, the tanks providing covering fire. German resistance collapsed quickly, cut off, surrounded, outgunned. They fought hard, but it was over in 30 minutes. The cathedral was taken. Saint-Lô was American. The Germans were retreating. The battle was won. At what cost? 1 Sherman destroyed during the assault, 5 crew dead, 15 infantry casualties. The cathedral, a historic treasure, heavily damaged. And Ghost wounded. Side armor penetrated. Would need repair before it could fight again. Needed a recovery vehicle. Needed time. Time they probably didn't have. The war wouldn't wait for Ghost to be repaired. The crew climbed out, stood beside the damaged tank, looking at the penetration hole. A clean circle through the armor, surrounded by scorched metal. 6 inches higher, and it would have hit the ammo, Red said quietly. We'd have brewed up. 6 inches. Always inches. Between life and death. Between survival and immolation. She saved us, Danny said, putting his hand on Ghost's hull. Old girl took the hit and kept us alive. Lieutenant Webb nodded. She's a good tank. We'll get her fixed. Get her back in the fight. But James wondered, how many hits could Ghost take? How much punishment before luck ran out? Before the next round hit something vital? They'd been fighting for 3 weeks. 3 weeks since their first combat. Ghost had taken dozens of hits. Small arms fire, shrapnel, 2 glancing blows from anti-tank guns, a Panzerfaust that didn't penetrate. Now, a Panzer IV round that penetrated but missed everything vital. How much longer could luck hold? Engineers arrived, assessed the damage. We can patch it, the sergeant said. Weld a plate over the hole. Won't be as strong as original armor, but it'll hold. Have you back in action in 2 days. 2 days, 48 hours, and then back to the war, back to the fighting, back to rolling dice with death. That night, James sat on Ghost's front slope, looking at the cathedral silhouetted against the evening sky, damaged but still standing, like Ghost, like the crew. They'd survived, again, against odds that should have killed them, should have burned them alive in their tank. But they hadn't. Ghost had taken the hit, had protected them, had brought them through. You talked to the tank? Red asked, sitting beside him. James nodded. Yeah. Stupid, I know. Not stupid. I do it too. She's kept us alive. Deserves acknowledgement. They sat in silence. 2 tankers, bonded by shared survival. understanding without words what they'd been through. "How long you think will last?" Red finally asked. James didn't answer immediately. Thought about statistics, about how most Sherman crews didn't last 2 months, about how they'd already survived 3 weeks. "Long enough," James finally said, echoing Lieutenant Webb's words from days ago. "We'll last long enough." Long enough for what? To win, to finish this, to make it mean something. Red nodded, didn't push further, because they both knew there were no guarantees, no promises, just one day at a time, one battle at a time. The crew gathered that evening, all 5 of them, sitting near Ghost while engineers worked on the damage. "We've been lucky," Webb said. "Luckier than most. But we can't depend on luck forever. We have to be better, smarter, more careful." "How?" Eddie asked. First time he'd spoken unprompted in days. "How do you be careful when we're driving into machine gun fire and anti-tank guns?" Webb was quiet. "Then, you stay alert. You trust each other. You remember your training. And you don't take stupid risks." Good advice. Practical advice. Advice that might keep them alive. If luck held. If the next round missed. If they didn't run into a Tiger or a Panther or any of the other German tanks that could kill a Sherman from ranges where Shermans couldn't fight back. Big ifs. But they were all the crew had. James lay under Ghost that night, listening to the engineers welding, the bright flash of the arc welder, the smell of hot metal, the hiss and pop of the work. Repairing her, getting her ready, making Ghost whole again. And in 2 days, they'd climb back in, drive toward the next objective, face the next German position, roll the dice one more time. Because that was the job. That was what tank crews did. Until the war ended, or luck ran out, whichever came first. Chapter 5. Replacements. July 28th, 1944. Rear assembly area, near Coutances. Ghost sat silent in the motor pool. The welded patch on her side armor was rough, unpainted, a scar that told the story of Saint-Lô, of the Panzer IV round that should have killed them all. James ran his hand over the weld, still warm from the sun, the metal different, harder, a reminder that armor could fail, that protection was an illusion. They'd been pulled back for rest and refit. 3 days behind the lines. Time to maintain the tank, replace worn parts, get new ammunition, sleep in something other than a hole in the ground. Time to get replacements. Eddie Jackson was gone, not dead, wounded. A mortar fragment during the final push through Saint-Lô had caught him in the shoulder, torn through muscle and bone. He'd survive, but he was done as a tanker. James had watched them load Eddie onto the ambulance, his friend, his companion in the forward hull, the man who'd sat 3 feet away for 3 weeks, who'd killed the German with the Panzerfaust, who'd kept them alive. Gone, replaced by a stranger. Private Robert Chen was 19, fresh from training. Had never seen combat, never been inside a tank under fire. Didn't understand what he was walking into. He stood beside Ghost now, looking up at the 33 tons of scarred steel his face a mixture of fear and excitement, still thinking war was an adventure. He'd learn. They all learned. The ones who survived long enough. "Private Chen, reporting for duty, Corporal Mitchell," the kid said, his voice too eager, too young. James nodded. "You trained on the 30 cal?" "Yes, Corporal. Qualified expert." Qualifying on a range isn't the same as combat. In combat, you're shooting at people who shoot back, people who want to kill you. Understand? Chen swallowed, some of the excitement fading. "Yes, Corporal." James softened his tone. Remembered being new once. 3 weeks ago. A lifetime ago. "You'll do fine. Listen to Lieutenant Webb. Follow orders. Keep your head down when you can. You'll learn. If he survived long enough to learn." The crew gathered for inspection. Lieutenant Webb walked around Ghost, checking everything. The tracks, the suspension, the engine, the guns, the radios. "She looks good," Webb said. "Engineers did solid work. That patch will hold." "Until the next hit," Red muttered. "Until the next hit," Webb agreed. They'd also gotten new orders. 3rd Armored Division was pushing south. Exploitation phase. Chasing retreating Germans. The breakthrough at Saint-Lô had shattered the German defensive line. Now it was a race to exploit the opening before they could establish a new line. Fast-moving warfare. Different from the grinding hedgerow combat. More dangerous in different ways. "We roll out tomorrow," Webb told them. "Objective is a town called Avranches. It's a bottleneck. Take it and we can flood into Brittany. Maybe end this war by Christmas." Christmas, 4 months away, seemed impossibly distant. James had trouble thinking past tomorrow. That night, James couldn't sleep. Lay on his cot in the tent, thinking about Eddie, about the new kid Chen who'd taken his place, about how quickly crews turned over. 3 weeks ago, 5 men had climbed into Ghost for the first time. Now only 4 originals remained. Eddie wounded and gone. Chen in his place. How long before the next replacement? Before James was the one being loaded onto an ambulance. Or worse, being left behind in a burning tank. "Can't sleep?" Danny's voice from the next cot. "Thinking too much," James admitted. "Yeah, I know the feeling." Danny sat up, lit a cigarette, the orange glow illuminating his face in the darkness. "You know what keeps me going?" "What?" "That picture of Maria, my girl. Every time I load around, I see her face taped to the breech. Reminds me why I'm here, what I'm fighting for." James didn't have a girl back home. Had a family, parents and a sister. But it wasn't the same as Danny's Maria. Wasn't as personal. "You think we'll make it?" James asked. Danny was quiet for a long moment. "I used to think luck was everything. Random. But I'm starting to think we make our own luck. By being good at our jobs. By working together. By not doing stupid things. And if that's not enough, then it's not enough. But at least we tried." Simple wisdom. Profound in its simplicity. Do the job. Work together. Don't be stupid. Hope it's enough. James finally slept. Dreamed of burning tanks and German guns and Eddie screaming in pain. Woke up sweating. The tent dark and close. Tomorrow they'd roll out. Toward Avranches. Toward more combat. Toward more chances to die. Or survive. this cycle continuing, endless, until the war ended, or they did. Chapter 2nd. The Race. August 2nd, 1944. Road to Avranches. The column stretched for miles. Tanks, half-tracks, trucks, artillery, the entire 3rd Armored Division moving south, exploiting the breakthrough, racing to capture objectives before the Germans could react. Ghost was in the middle of the column. James drove at 20 miles per hour, fast for a Sherman, pushing the mechanical limits, the engine roaring, the transmission whining. Different warfare now. Not the cautious advance through hedgerows, not the grinding urban combat of Saint-Lô. This was movement, speed, momentum, and it felt wrong. James couldn't shake the feeling, the sense that they were moving too fast, outrunning their supply lines, advancing into territory that hadn't been properly cleared. But orders were orders. Speed mattered. Get to Avranches before the Germans reinforced it. Take the town. Open the door to Brittany. The attack came at a crossroads. Not German armor, not prepared positions, just a hastily assembled blocking force. Maybe a platoon of German infantry with a few Panzerfausts and some machine guns. But in the right position, at the right time, catching the American column strung out on a narrow road. The lead tank, a Sherman called Thunderbolt, took a Panzerfaust in the side, brewed up immediately. The crew got out, but 2 were on fire, screaming, rolling on the ground trying to extinguish flames that wouldn't go out. The column stopped, jammed up behind the burning tank. Vehicles unable to pass, unable to turn around on the narrow road. Trapped. German machine guns opened up. Not at the tanks, they couldn't hurt armor, but at the soft-skinned vehicles. The trucks, the half-tracks full of infantry. All tanks, return fire, the company commander ordered. Suppress those positions. But the turret couldn't traverse far enough. The Germans were too close to the road, too far to the sides. Ghost's 75 couldn't bring them under fire without leaving the road. Chen, machine gun, James ordered. Spray those hedgerows. The .30 caliber opened up, Chen firing in controlled bursts. Good fire discipline for a new guy. The tracers arcing into the vegetation. But machine gun fire wasn't enough. The Germans were dug in, protected. They kept shooting, kept hitting the vulnerable vehicles. Infantry dismounted, began flanking maneuvers, using the tanks as cover, working their way toward the German positions through the ditches and hedgerows. It took 20 minutes. 20 minutes of chaos and confusion, and men dying on a nameless road that wouldn't appear in any history book. But they cleared the Germans, killed most of them, captured a few, pushed the wreckage of Thunderbolt off the road and continued south. 5 Americans dead, 12 wounded, 1 tank destroyed, for a German delaying action that probably consisted of 20 men. But 20 men had delayed an entire armored column for 20 minutes, had disrupted the momentum, had proven that even retreating Germans were dangerous. "How's Chen doing?" Webb asked over the intercom as they resumed the advance. James glanced right, could see Chen in the bow gunner position, face pale, hands shaking on the machine gun, but still functional. "He's okay," James reported. "First combat. He's handling it. Better than some." James had seen men break on first contact, freeze up, become liabilities instead of assets. Chen had kept shooting, had done his job. Maybe he'd survive after all. Maybe. They reached Avranches at dusk. The town was burning. Allied aircraft had bombed it earlier in the day. Fires still smoldering. Buildings collapsed. Streets cratered. But it was lightly defended. The Germans had already pulled back, left only a skeleton force to delay the American advance. Ghost rolled into Avranches with minimal resistance. A few rifle shots, some scattered machine gun fire. Nothing serious. By nightfall, the town was secured. The door to Brittany was open. The 3rd Armored Division could fan out, chase the retreating Germans, liberate towns and cities. The war had changed, was changing. The grinding attrition of Normandy was giving way to maneuver warfare, exactly what the American forces had trained for, what their doctrine emphasized, and what the Sherman was actually designed for. Not slugging it out with German heavy tanks, but exploitation, movement, using speed and numbers to overwhelm. That night, Ghost lagered in a field outside of Avranches. The crew exhausted, filthy, hungry, but alive. "Not so bad today," Red said, passing around a canteen. "One ambush, light resistance in town. We're getting somewhere." "Don't get cocky," Webb warned. "Germans are retreating, but they're not beaten. They'll make a stand somewhere. And when they do, it'll be bad." He was right. James could feel it. This was too easy. The Germans were too competent to just collapse completely. They were trading space for time, falling back to better positions. And when the Americans caught up to those positions, the fighting would be brutal again. Chen approached James after dark, the new guy, still adjusting. "Corporal Mitchell, can I ask you something?" "Sure, kid." "How do you handle it? The fear, I mean. When rounds are hitting the tank and you're just sitting there, how do you not panic?" James thought about it. You do panic, inside, but you can't show it, can't let it stop you. You just focus on your job, on doing the next thing, and the next thing, until the fight's over. Does it get easier? No, but you get better at functioning anyway. Chen nodded, didn't look satisfied, but accepted it. "Thanks, Corporal." As the kid walked away, Danny appeared beside James. "Good advice. You think he'll make it?" Danny shrugged. "Maybe. He's got decent instincts. Kept shooting at the ambush. That's half the battle right there, not freezing. And the other half? Luck, same as always." They sat in silence, watching Ghost's silhouette against the evening sky. The tank that had carried them through 3 weeks of combat, through Saint-Lô and the hedgerows and a dozen smaller fights. How much longer could she last? How much longer could they last? No way to know. No way to predict. Just had to keep climbing in, keep driving forward, keep fighting, until luck ran out or the war ended. Chapter 7. Falaise. August 12th, 1944. Falaise pocket. The smell hit them before they saw it. Death. Decomposition. Thousands of bodies lying in the August sun. Men and horses and everything that had died in the Falaise pocket. James drove with his hatch closed for the first time in weeks. Not because of enemy fire, because the smell was overwhelming, gag-inducing, Even with the hatch closed, it seeped in through every gap. The German army in Normandy had been caught in a pocket. American forces from the south, British and Canadians from the north. The gap closing. Thousands of Germans trapped. They'd tried to break out, to escape before the pocket closed completely, and they'd been slaughtered. The road through the pocket was lined with destruction. Burned out vehicles, dead horses, wrecked artillery pieces, bodies everywhere. More bodies than James had ever imagined seeing in one place. "Eyes on the road," Webb ordered over the intercom. "Don't look if you don't have to." But James had to look, had to navigate, had to steer Ghost around obstacles, around the wreckage of an army that had been destroyed by Allied air power and artillery. Through his periscope, he saw things he'd never forget. Things that would wake him up at night for years to come. A young German soldier, couldn't have been more than 16, sitting against a wall, looked asleep, until you noticed he had no face. A shell fragment had taken everything above his jaw. Horses, dozens of them. The Germans still used horse-drawn transport. The animals had panicked when the bombs fell, had run into minefields, had been machine-gunned from the air, had suffered. "This is hell," Chen said softly. "This is what hell looks like." James couldn't disagree. If there was a hell, it looked like the Falaise pocket, like the industrial-scale slaughter of modern warfare. They'd won. The Germans were defeated in Normandy, broken, retreating toward Germany. The Allied victory was complete. But the cost was visible in every burned vehicle, every dead soldier, every shattered piece of equipment stretching for miles. Both sides had paid, but the Germans had paid more, much more. Ghost rolled through the pocket slowly, part of a larger force pursuing the retreating Germans. Not fighting much now, just advancing, occupying ground, counting prisoners. They stopped for the night in a small French village that had been liberated days earlier. The villagers came out, cheering, offering wine and food and flowers. The contrast was jarring. Miles of death behind them, and here, people celebrating, dancing in the streets, free after 4 years of occupation. A young French woman approached James, kissed his cheek, said something in French he didn't understand, but the meaning was clear. "Thank you. Thank you for liberating us." And James felt it. For the first time in weeks. Felt like maybe it was worth it. Maybe all the death and horror had accomplished something, had freed people, had stopped evil. Maybe. The crew sat together that evening, sharing wine the villagers had given them, relaxing for the first time since they could remember. "We're winning," Red said. "Actually winning. The Germans are running. We're going to push all the way to Germany." "Don't jinx it," Danny warned. But Red was right. They were winning. The tide had turned completely. What had seemed impossible in the hedgerows of June was now inevitable in August. Germany would lose. The Nazi regime would fall. Europe would be liberated. The question wasn't if anymore, just when. And how many more would die before it ended? "You think we'll make it?" Chen asked. The question that haunted every soldier. "You think we'll survive to see the end?" Silence. Nobody wanted to answer. Because the honest answer was, probably not all of us. "We take it one day at a time," Webb finally said. "Focus on the mission. Trust each other. Do our jobs. That's all we can control." Good answer. True answer. But not reassuring. Because doing everything right still didn't guarantee survival. Luck still mattered. Chance still killed. James looked at his crew, his family. 4 men he'd lived with in a steel box for 6 weeks. 4 men whose lives depended on his driving, whose survival was intertwined with his. Webb, the lieutenant who led them well, who made good decisions, who cared if they lived or died. Danny, the gunner, precise, deadly, with Maria's pictures still taped to the breech, fighting to get home to her. Red, the loader, big and strong and always dependable, who kept the gun fed no matter how tired he got. Chen, the new guy, still learning, still scared, but improving. Maybe would survive after all. And Ghost, the tank that carried them, that protected them with inadequate armor and an outclassed gun, that somehow kept bringing them through. They'd survived 6 weeks, longer than most Sherman crews, longer than the average. Every day now was borrowed time. But they were still alive, still fighting, still hoping. And that had to be enough. Chapter 8. The Price. August 20th, 1944, near Chartres. The Tiger came from nowhere. Ghost was leading a column through open country south of Chartres. Rolling fields, good tank terrain, visibility for miles. Except the Tiger had been hull down behind a slight rise, perfectly camouflaged, waiting. The first shot hit the tank behind Ghost, a Sherman called Valkyrie. The 88mm round penetrated the front slope, killed everyone inside instantly. The tank didn't even burn, just stopped, dead. "Tiger! Tiger! 9 o'clock!" Webb screamed. James spun the tank, left track locked, right track accelerating, Ghost pivoting, trying to bring the gun to bear. But Tigers didn't give you time, didn't wait for you to react. The second shot hit Ghost. Penetration, side armor. The round punched through the welded patch from Saint-Lô, entered the fighting compartment. Superheated metal and shrapnel. The world became noise and light and pain. James felt the tank lurch, felt heat, felt something wrong but didn't understand what. His ears ringing, vision blurred, confused. "Bail out! Bail out!" Webb's voice, distant, distorted. James's training kicked in, opened his hatch, pulled himself up, climbed out onto Ghost's deck. The tank was smoking. Not fully involved yet, but getting there. Fire in the engine compartment. The ammunition would cook off soon. Chen appeared beside him, the bow gunner. Blood streaming from his nose, ears, but alive, moving. "Where's the others?" James shouted, his own voice strange in his damaged ears. Chen pointed. Red was on the ground, crawling away from the tank, moving slow, injured. But Danny and Webb weren't out yet. James jumped down, ran to the turret, climbed up, looked inside. The penetrating round had hit Danny, center mass. The gunner was dead, still in his seat, eyes open. Maria's picture spattered with his blood. Webb was injured, leg shredded. He was trying to climb out but couldn't, trapped by his wounds and the confined space. James grabbed him, pulled. Webb screamed, but James didn't stop. Pulled him up through the commander's hatch, got him onto the deck. "Red, help!" James yelled. Red was there, injured but functional. Together they got Webb off the tank, dragged him away. 20 yards, 30, 40. Ghost exploded. The ammunition cooked off. Multiple explosions. The turret lifting off. Metal fragments screaming through the air. Fire and smoke. And the end of everything. James lay on the ground, watching Ghost die. The tank that had carried them for 6 weeks, that had protected them, that had been their home, gone, destroyed, burning. And Danny was still inside, would burn with her, would become one with the machine he'd served so faithfully. The Tiger fired again, hit another Sherman, and another, methodically destroying the American column. A single German heavy tank killing multiple Shermans before American numbers could bring it down. But James didn't watch, didn't care, was focused on Webb, on the lieutenant bleeding out on French grass. "Medic!" Red was screaming. "Medic! Officer down!" Chen appeared. His medical training minimal but better than nothing. Started applying pressure. Tourniquet on Webb's leg, trying to stop the bleeding. Webb's face was gray, shock setting in. "Danny?" he asked. James shook his head. Couldn't say it out loud. Couldn't voice what they'd lost. Webb understood. Closed his eyes. "Get him out. When it's safe. Get him out and bury him proper." "Yes, sir." "And Ghost, we gave her a good run, didn't we?" "Yes, sir. The best." The medics arrived. Loaded Webb onto a stretcher. Started an IV. Morphine for the pain. He'd live. Would lose the leg, probably. But he'd live. He'd be out of the war. Evacuated to England. Then home. Would survive because that Tiger round had hit at just the right angle to spare him while killing Danny. Inches. Always inches. Between life and death. The Tiger eventually died. 3 Shermans flanking it. Multiple hits until something penetrated. Revenge for the 5 American tanks it had destroyed. But revenge didn't bring anyone back. Didn't unkill Danny, or the 20 other men who died when the Tiger ambushed them. Just meant one more burning tank added to the landscape. One more piece of wreckage on the road to Germany. That evening, when Ghost had cooled enough to approach, James and Red went back. Danny's body was still in the gunner's seat, burned beyond recognition. But James knew it was him. Knew by the position. By the torn picture of Maria still visible on the breech. They pulled him out. Wrapped him in a shelter half. Buried him beside the road, under a tree. Made a cross from wood and wrote his name. Sergeant Danny Torres. Killed in action August 20th, 1944. Age 23. Red found Maria's picture. Burned around the edges, but her face still visible. He tucked it into Danny's pocket before they covered him. He'd want it with him, Red said, voice breaking. Would want her with him. They stood over the grave. 2 survivors, saying goodbye to a friend, to a crew member, to family. 6 weeks, James said. We made it 6 weeks. Longer than most. Not long enough. Red put his hand on James's shoulder. We're still here, still alive. Have to keep going. For what? So we can die in the next fight? The next tank? No. So Danny's death means something. So all of this means something. James nodded. Knew Red was right, but it hurt. Losing Danny hurt in a way the earlier deaths hadn't, because Danny had been there from the beginning, had been part of the original crew, had survived everything until he hadn't. They walked back to the column, to the surviving Shermans, to whatever came next. Because that's what you did. You buried your dead, you mourned, and then you kept going. Chapter 9. Phoenix, August 25th, 1944, Rear Assembly Area. James stood in the motor pool looking at his new tank. Brand new Sherman, fresh from the factory, olive drab paint unmarked by combat. No scars, no welded patches, no history. It wasn't Ghost, would never be Ghost, but it was his now. The crew had been reconstituted. Red was still with him. Chen, too. Both transferred to the new tank. But they'd gotten a new commander. Second Lieutenant Marcus Kane, 25 years old, fresh from officer training. This would be his first combat command. And a new gunner, Corporal Bill Morrison, 30 years old, veteran of North Africa, experienced, competent, but not Danny. Would never be Danny. She's a good tank, Kane said, walking up beside James, the lieutenant trying to make conversation. Brand new, all the latest improvements. James nodded but didn't respond. Improvements meant better transmission, better engine reliability, not better armor, not a better gun. Still a Sherman, still outclassed by German heavies. I know you lost your previous commander, Kane continued. Lost friends. I can't replace them, won't try. But I'll do my best to lead you well, to keep you alive. James looked at him. Young face, earnest, sincere, completely untested. Have you been in combat, sir? No. This will be my first. Great. A green lieutenant. Exactly what a veteran crew needed. But James kept his thoughts to himself. We'll teach you, sir. Keep you alive long enough to learn. That's what we do. Kane smiled, grateful. Thank you, Corporal. I appreciate that. The new Sherman needed a name. Tradition. Luck. Identity. We should call her Phoenix, Red suggested. Rising from the ashes, from Ghost. James considered it. Phoenix, the mythical bird reborn from fire. Fitting, given how Ghost had died. Phoenix, he agreed. I like it. They painted the name on the barrel sleeve. White letters. Phoenix. A new beginning. A new chapter. But James couldn't shake the feeling. The sense that naming a tank was inviting fate. That Phoenix would die like Ghost had. Died. That they'd all end up in burning metal coffins eventually. Still, you had to name the tank. Had to make it personal. Had to believe you'd survive. Morrison, the new gunner, appeared. Older than Danny had been. More grizzled. Heard we're rolling out tomorrow. Push toward the Seine. Germans are falling back to the river. You been in Shermans before? James asked. Yeah. Lost 2 tanks in North Africa. Survived both times. You? 1. Ghost. Lost her a week ago. Morrison nodded, understanding passing between them. The understanding of men who'd lived in tanks, who'd survived when their machines died. Shermans are death traps, Morrison said bluntly. Armor too thin, gun too weak. But they're what we got, so we make it work. Honest assessment. James appreciated the honesty, better than false confidence. Chen approached quietly, the kid who'd survived Ghost's destruction. Corporal Mitchell, can I talk to you? Sure, Chen. The kid was struggling. James could see it. The trauma of watching Ghost die, of pulling Webb out, of seeing Danny's body. I don't know if I can get back in, Chen admitted, into another tank, after what happened. James understood, had felt the same way. The fear of climbing into another steel coffin, another target waiting to be destroyed. You can, James said, not because you want to, because you have to, because 4 other men depend on you, because not getting back in means the Germans win. But I'm scared, more scared than before. Good. Fear keeps you alive, makes you careful. The guys who aren't scared are the ones who die first. Chen nodded, not convinced, but accepting it. Thank you, Corporal. That night, James couldn't sleep. Lay on his cot, thinking about Danny, about Ghost, about how many more tanks he'd have to watch burn before this war ended. The statistics were brutal. Most Sherman tankers didn't survive 4 months of combat. They were at 7 weeks, halfway to the average, already on borrowed time. But they'd keep going. Climb into Phoenix tomorrow, drive toward the Seine, face whatever the Germans had waiting, fight until they won or died. Because that was the job. That was what tank crews did. Red appeared in the darkness. You awake? Yeah. Me too. Keeps playing in my head. The Tiger. The penetration. Danny. Yeah. Silence. 2 survivors, bound by shared trauma, understanding what they'd lost. We'll make it, Red finally said. I have to believe that we'll survive this, get home, live real lives again. You really believe that? I have to, because if I don't, I can't get back in tomorrow, can't climb into another tank, can't keep fighting. James understood. Belief wasn't about truth, it was about survival, about maintaining the will to keep going. Then we'll make it, James said. We'll survive Phoenix like we survived Ghost. We'll see this through. Empty words, maybe. False confidence. But necessary. Because without hope, without belief in survival, you couldn't function. Couldn't do the job. So they'd believe. They'd hope. They'd climb into Phoenix tomorrow and drive toward whatever came next. Together, as a crew, as family, until the war ended or luck ran out. Chapter 10. The Seine. September 5th, 1944. Seine River crossing. Phoenix sat idling on the west bank of the Seine. Across the river, 200 yards away, German positions. Machine guns, anti-tank guns, defenders who knew a river crossing was the perfect place to inflict casualties. Engineers were building a pontoon bridge, working under fire, German artillery dropping shells among them, men dying to create a path for the tanks to cross. James watched through his periscope, watched engineers work, watched some fall, watched others take their places and continue building. Courage beyond measure. Building a bridge while people shot at you, knowing each second might be your last, but continuing because the mission demanded it. "Bridge is nearly complete," Lieutenant Kane reported over the radio. "We'll cross in column. Phoenix will be third in line. Stay tight. Keep moving. Don't stop on the bridge." Because a stopped tank on a bridge was a perfect target. Would block everyone behind it. Would turn the crossing into a massacre. The first Sherman started across, a tank called Brutus, rolling onto the pontoon bridge slowly. The bridge bouncing slightly under 33 tons of steel. German fire intensified. Machine guns, mortars, artillery, everything concentrating on the crossing point. Brutus made it halfway. Then a direct hit from an 88. The round punched through the side armor. The tank stopped, dead on the bridge. "Push it off," someone screamed on the radio. "Get it off the bridge." But you can't push 33 tons of dead weight easily. And the crew was bailing out. Men on fire, jumping into the Seine, sinking under the weight of their gear. 2 drowned before anyone could help them. The others made it to shore, burned, traumatized, but alive. Engineers rigged cables. A tank retriever on the far bank pulled. Brutus slid sideways, fell off the pontoon bridge into the Seine, sank in 15 feet of water. 5 men had climbed into that tank this morning. 2 were dead. The others would never fight in a tank again. "Second tank, advance," the order came. The next Sherman rolled onto the bridge, made it across. The German guns tracking but missing. Luck or poor German gunnery. Either way, 1 tank across. "Phoenix, your turn." James took a breath, put Phoenix in gear, rolled toward the bridge. The pontoons moved under the tank's weight. Not much, but enough to feel unstable, like driving on ice. Any wrong move could slide them off. James kept it steady, straight, slow, 10 miles per hour, fighting every instinct that screamed to go faster, to get across as quick as possible. Through his periscope, he could see the far bank, see German muzzle flashes, see where Brutus had fallen, see engineers still working despite the fire. Halfway across, a mortar shell landed 10 feet ahead, on the bridge itself. The pontoons shuddered. Water splashed up, but held. "Keep moving," Kane ordered, voice tight but controlled. James kept Phoenix rolling, past the impact point, the deck wet from the splash, the smell of explosives mixing with river water. 3/4 across, an anti-tank gun fired. James saw the muzzle flash, saw the round coming. Time seemed to slow. The round hit the water beside Phoenix, 5 feet away. If it had been 5 feet right, they'd be dead. But it wasn't. Phoenix kept rolling, reached the far bank, climbed off the pontoons onto solid ground. They'd made it, across the Seine, still alive, still fighting. The crossing continued all morning, tank after tank. Some made it, some didn't. By noon, 12 Shermans were across. 3 had been destroyed on or near the bridge. But 12 was enough. Enough to establish a bridgehead, to push inland, to continue the advance toward Germany. Phoenix moved with the bridgehead force, pushing out from the river, securing towns, clearing German positions. The resistance was weakening. The Germans were falling back everywhere, running out of men, running out of equipment, running out of will. The war was ending. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. Everyone could feel it. The German army was broken. The Third Reich was collapsing. Question was, would they surrender before the Allies had to fight all the way to Berlin? Or would they fight to the last man? James didn't know, but he knew Phoenix would be there, would keep rolling forward, would keep fighting until it ended, however it ended. Epilogue. Winter. December 20th, 1944. German border. Snow covered Phoenix's deck. 3 more months. 3 more months of combat since crossing the Seine. September, October, November, December. 4 months of pushing toward Germany. The crew had changed again. Lieutenant Kane was gone, wounded near Aachen, replaced by yet another green officer. Morrison was dead, killed when Phoenix took a hit from a Panther near the border. Chen was gone too. Shell shock, combat fatigue, evacuated to a hospital. Only Red remained from the ghost crew. Only Red and James, the last 2 survivors, still fighting, still alive against odds that should have killed them months ago. They'd gotten new crew members, replacements, fresh faces who didn't know what Ghost had been, who didn't remember Danny or Eddie or Lieutenant Webb. Phoenix had been hit 4 times, repaired 4 times, was more patch than original armor now, but still running, still fighting, still carrying them forward. The war had slowed. The rapid advance of August and September had run into German defenses on the border, into the Siegfried Line, into determined resistance. Progress now measured in yards again, like the hedgerows, like Saint-Lô. The same grinding attrition that characterized modern warfare. But they were in Germany now, on German soil, the enemy's homeland. The end was coming, however long it took. James sat in his driver's position, Phoenix idling, waiting for orders. The engine warm against the December cold. He'd been a tank driver for 6 months. 6 months that felt like 6 years. 6 months that had changed him completely, made him someone his family wouldn't recognize. He'd killed, had watched friends die, had lived in intimate proximity with death and violence and horror, had been shaped by it into something harder, colder, more damaged, but still alive, still functional, still doing his job. "Mitchell," Red's voice broke his thoughts. "You thinking about Ghost?" "Yeah, always." "Me too. Every day. Danny, Eddie, Lieutenant Webb, all of them." "You think we'll make it? See the end?" Red was quiet for a moment. "I used to think no. Used to think we'd die like everyone else. But we've beaten the odds this long. Maybe we'll keep beating them. Maybe." The radio crackled. New orders. Phoenix would advance at dawn, push toward the next town, continue the slow grind toward Germany's heart. Same mission, different day. The war continuing, the cycle repeating. But James would do it, would climb into Phoenix tomorrow, would drive toward whatever came next, would keep fighting. Because that's what tank drivers did, what Ghost's crew had done, what Phoenix's crew would do, until the war ended, or luck ran out, whichever came first. But tonight, in the snow-covered German winter, James Mitchell was alive. Red was alive. Phoenix was running. And that was enough.